Got a few other games I probably should be playing instead. But I can't help it. I want to scrap some starships. By force, preferably. Alright. Last time around, I took on a bounty that was here. And then I wanted to go pick up those blueprints. Not that they're gonna be super important, but I did pay for them. Start with the nearest one. Inside a derelict ship orbiting a black hole in the Uruk star system. Not too many places that could be. Stuff going on over there. So Amarillo is a size 6 colony now. I must have forgotten about that last time because there's 2 slots. Get what I wanted to put here. Some mining opportunity. Could put a fuel plant too because of the no atmosphere. But I already got orbital works. I'm pretty sure I didn't find another synchrotron. Know where I could go get one, but not sure if that'll be necessary. I already make more than enough money. It's not like I need even that much more money, right? Oh, hey there, Foxworth. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Pickled stick mining and commerce. Had a wonderful day so far. That's good to hear. I've been having a rainy day, and I don't mean that in a metaphorical way. It's wet as hell over here. If it was any damper, yeast would cease functioning entirely. Alright, where is this derelict ship? There it is. Right over there. Oh hey, it's Billy. With a subscription. Thank you very much. And I will try to keep it going. Try not to keep it going too long though. I have a bad habit recently of streaming until 2 in the morning. Gotta stop that. Or maybe keep doing it, but do it for so long that I stay up until like 8 AM or something. Then I can claim I'm on night shift. Maybe that's a bad idea. This one is somewhere in the Enki system. Lot of ground to cover. Alright. Haven't been anywhere near a comm relay. So all the bounties are expired, and I don't know what the new ones are. That being said, I should probably be going to my contacts to get bounty missions, since now I know they give me the really good ones. Gotta keep doing those. Not that I really need the money or anything. Just bigger payout, better fight. No pizza though. There's some dudes. Are they scavengers or pirates? Salvagers. They maneuver to prevent me from disengaging, and they're trying to hail me on comms. What could they possibly want? This fine's gonna be mine, and mine alone. He'll stay away if... Scavenger searches for the right words, then surprises himself. If you know what's good for you. The comm link is cut abruptly while you're still considering what to say. Right. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on touching your debris field. Been there, done that. What a rude guy. Once again getting that feeling like I was gonna say something and then I forgot. Well, I'll have a sip to that. Alright, now who's this over here? Or scavengers? Might take a while to search all of it. Don't have any transmutonics on me, so I can't build a sensor station there. I just have to do things the slow way. Start by patrolling around the ring. Give it the occasional sensor sweep. Anything over here? No. Using up 20 supplies a day. And I've got a little bit less than 3,000. Are there any gates nearby? One over at Elgard, one over at DU. So if this search takes a while, I might have to go right for the gate. Not 100% sure that I've got enough fuel to get back to the colony, but I definitely have enough to get back over to the core worlds. Actually, that's another thing that maybe should start doing. Rather than resupplying back at the colonies, just buy it for a much higher price at whichever faction I want to build up rep with. Then just use my ridiculous amount of money to slowly build up reputation with each trade. Is that the same guy from earlier? Looks like it. Is he doing the same thing? I told ya. I warned ya. The scavenger sputters. You had to try me after I told ya. I told ya. You're gonna regret it. The comlink is cut again before you can say anything. Scavenger's not much for two-way conversations. Also not much of a tactician, clearly. But whatever. If he wants to fight, we go and fight. Use the funny fleet for this. And another sip before the shooting starts. Don't have much flux left on you. Get rid of this guy. Try to, anyway. It's just nimble enough. May have gone a little bit overkill, but that's fine. He's the one who wanted to fight after all. Anyone who doesn't have combat endurance. It's this guy. All of his other skills are pretty good though. And he's already piling in a capital. On the other hand, he could have 15% more combat readiness. It's not going to be terribly useful right now, but eventually he will be. There's the blueprint. Anyone extra dudes. Commander Zada Makeda. Not a bad skill spread. If I wasn't going high-tech, that is. Would make a really good Eradicator officer. Well, actually with the missile spec, maybe something else. Either way, services are not needed. Alright, all done here. This gate is 5.7 in that direction, 8.6 in this other one. That one does have some remnants in it, but I don't mind going for a remnant fight right about now. As long as it's not like 4 of them at the same time. Think about it. Don't think I've ever fought more than 2 Ordos at the same time. On this save, that is. I could probably win. Might be a lot of losses, but I think I'd still ultimately win. I think. Going to the right spot. Oh. It's right next to the jump point. Just one Ordo. We'll do it. Need to get this guy leveled up, so he has to go in. And the rest, let's get silly with it. Don't have terribly much big things on our side. Other than the tab, that is. So I guess I'll stick around him. And we're already in trouble. Or not. Everyone backed up. Especially now that he's overloaded. Folded pretty damn quick. Marker's in trouble. Can't we save him? No, we have failed. much crews on one of these anyway. Skeleton crew of 50, max of 100. I'd have to rethink that strategy. I say, looking at the giant pile of money I have to easily replace any resource I'm missing. Okay. Who does not hate me that I can go buy fuel from? Persian League. Couple of new bounties. One over there, one over here, and another in the other direction. Can't just all be in the same spot. That'd be too convenient. I'll go talk to the contacts, see if they've got any good bounty missions. After I grab the fuel. And maybe get some more dudes. Start with my contacts over in the Asconia system. So another thing I've not got around to testing and also didn't get around to looking at the wiki page was on if the cost of the transfers jump is by ship or just fleet total. So let's see. 3,454, I use 20 per day. Click the button. Seemed like a bit more than 50, but not terribly much more. So it's definitely not per ship. Since it takes me 20 supplies per day, any trip that takes longer than about 2 days or so, probably better off just using the transfers jump. More fuel. It's the same save I've been streaming since the last time you streamed Starsector. It is. I was tempted to start a modded playthrough, but the patch notes came out and I kinda figured, I'll just keep writing this one until the next update's out, instead of just starting over and then having to start over again. Commander at a private table. Got a ship he wants to sell me. Not interested. Supplier of heavy machinery. 8 units of heavy machinery for a reliable colonial administrator. but expect full production brought online within 2 cycles. Once established, arrange for monthly payments of 4,000 credits over 5 cycles for a total of 240,000 credits. He says quite lucrative, but considering all that payments stretched out over that long. Yeah, I'll still do it. Just want to make sure I've got enough heavy machinery. Wish the Eagle cruisers weren't junk late game. I've seen people make them work, but more like only have a couple of them and then the rest be like Falcons. But yeah, they definitely have the issue of they're in between light cruisers and capitals. They're not quite heavy enough to be the front line, not quite fast enough to be the harassers. But I'm sure if you really like them, you can make them work. Definitely seen weirder stuff. In terms of fleet composition, that is. Right, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, machinery production. Yep, got enough. And he's also got surplus ore. Not on this planet though. Wonder if there's a shortage anywhere nearby. There is. Still not taking that mission though. You were the devs, you make the weapon attachments be any weapon type. You mean like the mounting points on the Eagle? Cause I can kinda get doing that, but I'm sure there's someone smarter at the game than I that would probably find a way to make a loadout so broken that you could just make a fleet with nothing but Eagles and just roll everything over. Then again, people already do that with like Buffalo Mark IIs and shit like that, so I don't know. Not exactly the right person to ask when it comes to balancing a game. I'm more interested in, can I make this weird idea of what I think a fleet should be into reality? And that's how I end up with 5 Anubis in 1 fleet. And with the Buffalo thing specifically, it's just stack enough of the same bonuses in one spot. And if you only have a couple, whatever, who cares? When you have a whole fleet, then it's a problem. Which I guess is also why missiles aren't allowed to be good. This guy's got a shitload of metal he wants me to deliver to my own colonies. He's actually half decent, but don't really need money. Guy wants me to fuck with Captain Starworks. No. Supplies procurement. If it was for here, I'd grab that, but it's not. No thanks. Ships tend to not like metal rods cruising at them casually at Mach or Mach 6-7. Yeah, tends to be pretty bad for the hull. And also for the brain, but mostly the hull. Think about it. Remember seeing a mod that was specifically designed around changing the weapon distances? And I say saw because it was basically just a very short video of like someone watching a way zoomed out battlefield where there's a bunch of cruisers on each side, basically hugging the edges of the map, just sniping at each other and trying to dodge the incoming shit ton of projectiles. Which is more realistic. I get the feeling it would get kind of old. I mean, imagine trying to pilot that shit. Go up against the remnant and just like, oh hey look, a wall of energy projectiles. With no way to dodge them. And they can just keep doing it. Because it's not like they're getting any hard flux from shooting. And it just turns every fight into a sniper fight. Think about it. Wonder how missiles work in that mod. Probably not very well, but I can imagine if you buff them hard enough, they might still be relevant. Alright. Expensive bounty. There's more text than usual. Might have to read this one. This one requires some discretion. Note the glow of redacted blocks peppered across the briefing as Ray and Arroyo scrolls through the details. A fleet of remnant drone warships was spotted in the Alpha Lagash star system, only 26 light years from here. These things are left over from one of the AI wars. Some pencil necks decided they weren't worth the cost of cleaning up. But this fleet is more active than usual, so there's been some concern from the chain of command. He skewers you with a look. Way up. Whatever they're up to, some important people will sleep better if it stopped. Reward is 820,000 credits. Higher than normal, both for the hazard and for your discretion. Man wants this done within 120 days. As that's not the special bounty I was going for, but it's definitely the highest paid bounty I've run into so far. Radiant, couple of Novas, bunch of Apexes, a Brilliant, and 20 other ships. So, slightly beefier than usual Ordo is what it sounds like. Let's ask for the other ones. This one's also redacted. Slightly less beefy. And that's just a regular bounty. We'll do the challenging one. Good on supplies and stuff. It's all the way over there. Nearest gate is this one. Or would it be the other one? I think that one's closer. And more likely to have a slipstream next to it. It's gonna cost more fuel to go to that one though. And I'm still going over to the far one. More than enough stores of fuel. And the price doesn't really concern me anymore now, does it? Well, I'm sure I can take on this fleet just fine. Let's, give it a quick save anyway. Just in case I'm wrong. So as we all know, that never happened. Not over by that little snowball. So it must be over there, if they're not hovering around one of the jump points. Got a little bit too close. There they are. Let the combat readiness recharge. Actually, it's already charged back up. Well, I'd love to keep using the Fury. I think for this one we're gonna have to use the Doom. That is a lot of AI cores. And by AI cores I mean alpha cores. Every single one of them. I'm sure it'll be fine. Forgot to level up that guy. Go in with this. Get the first 2 points. Tell them to capture all of them. As soon as they capture the first 2, bring in a bunch of reinforcements. We're gonna need it. At 52 points to work with. Still another 40 potential points I could have. Send in the cork, mixtape. And that's it. Make sure this guy does not survive. Try to fail. Some other fun nerdy tricks I could try. Called teleporting a bomb into your fighters. Works great. really want to get rid of that brilliant. Also gotta worry about that Nova. Think that should be enough. It was not. Brace for impact. Could have been worse. Stick is getting isolated. Don't have any more points to spend. Monitors are holding up just fine. Gotcha. There's the Radiant. He's looking right at me. Never mind, he's looking at the stick. Let's change his mind. Prioritize this target. Grab stick. Humanity's strongest weapon. Hubris. Stick is still isolated as hell, but we've got more deployment points, so let's work on fixing that. I'm thinking not enough for both chunk and mast, or mast. Keep adding a T to words. Chunk, metal pipe. Hopefully it's enough. Did not disable his paladin. Taking chunks out of him. Pretty sure it doesn't have expanded mags. Otherwise, this might be a bit worse. Dick's getting shit done. We got him. It's going way better than I thought it would. But the fight's not done yet. That is definitely most of them. High risk maneuver. Don't miss. One apex over there. 2 scintillas. Go for the one on the left. So is serial number. We just stand back and watch him do it. Didn't have to do a ramming maneuver, but he sure did. That's all of them. It's guess I was right when I said it was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Or maybe I'm just getting too good at this. Oh. Gotta go back, grab another bounty. Pick this slipstream back up. See where I end up. And it's just going straight up this way. Just gonna divert over to this gate. Was kinda hoping it would lead somewhere up over here so I can go activate one of those other ones, but I say that. If I ever have a bounty that requires going all the way up here, definitely gonna want to have at least one of these. So, thinking about those bounties I've been doing recently, was the one last stream where I went up against a bunch of the domain drones. Notably, 5 Guardians, although they did have a bunch of demods on them. Guessing that fight would have been a lot harder if they didn't. Anyway, now I've also taken out a whole pile of remnant dudes. They all had alpha cores, but no S mods. If I remember right, the bounty that had Omega in it is gonna have remnants with S mods. So I've still gotta work my way up. Or maybe I'll be lucky and that's gonna be the very next mission. What? My transponder was off? I can assure you it was always on. Underworld bounties. It always seemed not worth it. Unless if you were planning on being enemies with everyone anyway. Because you lose so much reputation even if you burn the story points. It just never seemed worth it. Even if you could sneak up and isolate the target. Maybe I just need to look more into it. Just some paffers. What the other one? Also just paffers. More of a proper fleet, but the pace lower. Eh, I'll grab one anyway. Gives me an excuse to get into some dumb situations with the Fury. Over at the Tiamat system. Right back where we're gonna go to. A place that we've been plenty of times before. And probably gonna be at there plenty of times again. Unless if the patch drops like tomorrow. Probably not, but I can hope, damn it. Don't think a specific planet was mentioned. It's just somewhere around there. Start with the ice giant. That's a lot of blue. Maybe we just leave. There they are. Wonder how many of them are gonna have safety overrides. Tempted to send in more. I'll just wait to see if they blow up any of my ships and then send in serial number. Two fighter bays on each of the Prometheus Mark IIs. Sucks, you can always just leave. Unless if they're fast enough, then it's a problem. Chunks getting pressured. have you been doing, Irish fighter? You bring hooligans. A precious currency. I accept. Yeah, I could, do that a bit. Let me just pop open the thingamading, crank it up from 5 to 7.7. Do let me know if it's better. Doing good, just finish up your Starsector stream. Tired. Yup. Take a well-earned break. You've earned it. And hello there, Shifty Slit. Or Silt. Not Slit. Totally different word. But let's see if the sound balance is better. Resuming the explosions in 3, 2, 1. And I should probably also keep talking so that we can test it. Kinda hard to talk and dodge missiles at the same time, unfortunately. Oh, overloaded. Spinning's a good trick. Still not good? Okay. I'll turn down the game volume this time. We'll go from 100 to 80. A 20% difference. Okay. Is anyone exploding? Not right now, they're not. At least not on my side. Hey, cheers again, Irish fighter. Always appreciate a raid. Hit the disappoint new people. Or, hopefully, not disappoint. But I don't get to be the judge of that now, do I? Oh, hey there, love you dear. Stream's been going good so far. I was, just continuing those bounties I was doing last stream. This one is just kind of a in-between more serious missions. Just taking out some pappers, basically. But, just 50 minutes ago or so now, I went and took on a remnant fleet that had all alpha cores. It went surprisingly well. Was prepared for losses, but it didn't happen. Now I just get to harass the shit out of this Prometheus. I mean, what's he gonna do about it? Turn around. Alright. Wasn't exactly paying attention. Don't think any of my ships exploded. No, wait. There was a Tempest here, and another monitor. And now they're gone. They don't have terribly much left on the field though, so I don't think we need reinforcements. It's I'm gonna try not to talk up the fight too much. It was basically just a regular Ordo, except instead of mostly all alpha cores, it was all alpha cores. Every single one. Every last frigate and everything. But yeah, didn't lose any ships, which surprised me. Usually I always have some losses. Like even this fight I had some losses. But losses are easily absorbed when you've got a fat wallet. If only I had a real life fat wallet. Now that would be fun. But enough about the complaining. Let's play the video game. And keep sipping my drink. Probably doesn't make me better at the game, but it does make me feel like I'm better at the game. The drink today is the usual, which is to say 3/4 glass full of vodka, or better way around, ice, and then the last quarter vodka. It's kinda like a vodka cooler, except you don't have to pay way too much for it. And also it doesn't have a weird flavor to it. That's a lot of remnants. Good thing I'm sneaky. Kind of vodkas do I like? There's been a couple of local brands that I've been getting really into recently. One of them's on the other side of the country, but one of them is only a couple of hours of drive away from where I live. So maybe I shouldn't mention it, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I really like the brand. Blue Roof. It's probably not available in most places, but if you do have access to it, they've got a pretty good premium version. Then the other one I liked is from a distillery called Okanagan Valley. They're pretty good. Have to get it shipped out though, but I like it. Probably not the best person to be rating alcohol though. Usually as long as it doesn't taste like it's gonna give me an infection, I'll enjoy it. That being said, there's been a surprising amount of them that do taste like that. Wants me to supply him some harvested organ. No, I've got my main planet as a free port. To check to see how many I'm producing. Not producing any, apparently. You actually do live close enough to get it. Ah. That's a fun surprise. Big fan of Nemirov, especially for the price. Dorika. I have tried Nemirov, but it's been years since I've had it. So, I think I remember it being good. The other one though, don't think I have. I'd have to try that one. Then again, I've got a pretty damn long list of spirits I've got to try. Got a bad habit of just sticking to the favorites. which isn't necessarily a problem. But it doesn't hurt to have choice. Speaking of choice, no bounties or anything on Yoko Bray. Let's see if there's any on Cullen. Guy who wants to sell me a spaceship and a man smoking in a dark corner. Yeah, not doing that one, Chief. It's an Icelandic vodka. Ah. Unfortunately, not to disparage anyone or anything, doesn't tell me terribly much, but Iceland is a cool name. I think I'll have to go back over to Syndria to go see what other bounties my contacts might have. Really should get myself some more. Or remember that there's a priority system that I should be using. This one on Chalcedon that I haven't been to in nearly a year. The pirate contact too. Won't delete the contact, but I'll turn off the priority. I'm trying to think of more vodka related things to talk about. Remember trying this one brand from Latvia? So I got my brother-in-law who's in the armed forces. He was over there for a bit, and he brought some back. With some pretty smooth stuff. Although, again, I should have remembered the name. Surplus nanoforge production, surplus food, and a sensitive matter. How sensitive we talking? Go raid a warehouse of the hegemony with 400 marines for a pitiful amount of credits. No comment necessary. Alright, please, have a good mission for me. Wants me to raid a Syndrian Dictact warehouse. Steady supply 6 units of supplies. That one I can do. Someone selling mercs, or well, I guess the mercs selling mercs. Spy satellite around the Port Save franchise system. I know those missions get better and have better pay the more of them you do, but still not just worth the hassle in the first place. Then again, I used to think the same thing about the bounties. I always kind of assumed that the best you're gonna get is about 300k, and then I got proven wrong. Pretty thoroughly. But how about I go visit that contact on Chalcedon? If nothing else, it'll probably give me enough time for Rayan to refresh his available missions. Also, I could also I said that word also way too much also. But I was saying, maybe I go and try to get a triple fabricator fleet against the threat again. This last time, none of the third strike fleets had more than 2 fabricators, which I know for a fact they're supposed to be able to spawn with 3. Not that I've seen any. But also, I could try to find second strike fleets, fleets. And some of them have 2 fabricators and basically nothing else, and other ones have 1 fabricator and then a bunch of smaller ships. So I could try to drag 2 fleets into one fight. Now, the odds that I actually do find the right conditions for that are not great, but I can try. Location of Retribution Blueprint. I heard some people say good things about that chip. Don't think I'm gonna use it. But I'll still collect the blueprint. All the way up there. Am I ever glad I went and got that gate? Yeah, think I'm gonna go try to take on some Fred. Get the triple fab. Or lose a whole bunch of fuel and supplies trying. Oh yeah, in AI hands it's definitely way too fragile for how slow it is. It's just not really good for that kind of thing. I know people complain that the Doom in AI hands is really not living up to its potential, but they can still occasionally get stuff done. Retribution is basically just a giant flying target when it's in AI hands. Although I say that, I also think not very highly of the Grendel, but I looked it up and some people make it work. Actually, that's another point that I've noticed a lot with like the Odysseys and stuff like that, where a player in charge of one of those can use the system a lot better than the AI. Because the AI will basically almost only ever use it to go or get closer to the target or do very silly ramming maneuvers. Compared to a player which, you know, you can use it to boost to the side and then get behind an onslaught or something like that, which is a huge advantage. but the AI rarely ever tries stuff like that. Doom AI can put in some work, especially with some decent officers. Retribution's so hard to get good with. Struggle balancing a ship I made for your mod that functions the same. I wasn't saying they were useless, the AI Dooms that is. It's just, most of the time, they tend to rely a little bit too hard on their armor on the ship that's not that fast. So they can do a lot of damage. They also just tend to get themselves killed really easily. Look at it, it's definitely more of a bully unit than it is a proper capital. Yeah. It's, I forget what other ship I had that I complained about for that. Where it's, if you're fighting against pirates, it's fantastic. But if you're fighting against anything that's gonna outnumber you or outmuscle you, it kinda sucks. Oh wait. I remember. Champions. Always complaining about champions. Then I do weird shit like this with it. Let's not worry about those again. I complain too much as it is. Shows a way to encourage AI to skirmish instead of W keying towards the biggest enemy. Technically there is. Just requires burning a lot of command points. And I'm not really good at the giving orders part of this game. I'm more of a expecting my ships to hold the line, and then occasionally I'll poke my head in and create an opportunity for them. At least, that's the main idea with the fleet. Sometimes they do fine on their own, but then also plenty of times where, especially the Turmeric, gets themselves into really stupid situations. But again, I'm complaining too much. Let's get out there and blow up some Fred. I've seen a lot of people do stuff with like civilian rally points and avoid commands on locations rather than on ships and all kinds of fancy stuff. But again, I always try to build with the idea of I don't want to be able, or I want to be able to not pay attention to the ship, and they, at the very least, if they're not capable of winning the fight, they're at least capable of being a good distraction. Which is also why I really like monitors for frigates. They don't have to win, they just have to buy time. Maybe I should have quick saved before I came in here, but basically took 5 steps in. Ah. I already looked at this planet. Nothing detected nearby. Oh, hey there, Toby. How you doing? Another one of those red abyss lights. But now I think about it, I've got all these substrates already, so I really don't have to fight some more shredded dweller. I'll ignore him for now. We advance further into the darkness. Stuff over there. Another light. Never mind. Neutrino kinda does something. It's kinda like when you're in system, not reliable. But occasionally. Yeah, vibes-based is the absolutely correct way of putting it. Sometimes it feels like doing its job. Sometimes it's just like, hey, bet you won't go over here. Love the premises of the game. Let's make a space game, but no one has technology. Not entirely accurate, but it is mostly accurate. The really super special shit, that shit is lost knowledge. Stuff like all the fancy stuff like nanoforges, mantle bores, catalytic cores, soul nanites, all this really fancy shit. Ain't no one knows how to make that shit anymore. Just pumping out basic starships? Yep, can still do that. Can still wage a war. And oh boy, is there a lot of war to wage. I think Seth Sintach said it best on his review. Welcome to the galactic version of the Dark Ages. Always been a fan of we've regressed so much our old tech is more like magic. It is very much what defined the IRL Dark Ages. Like, imagine living in some little village outside of the Lord's Castle, going like, what do you mean the Romans 500 years ago made a big-ass city with a whole running water system? And they had so many people that they had entire legions going around patrolling their entire territory, which was basically the whole damn continent. Meanwhile, you've never even left the local area. Although that being said, it's not like everywhere was like that in the Dark Ages. Also, I'm definitely no historian, so I'm kinda talking under my ass. Don't think I've run into this before. Derelict ship just floating around in the abyssal hyperspace. Derelict Shrike-class light destroyer. Showing signs of damage, though determining whether it's recoverable or not will require spending story points. Not doing that. Just a standard wreck in a not-so-standard space. Term Dark Ages is a little misleading and inaccurate, but it was rough regardless. Indeed. If the quest has spiders, skip it. Yeah, that's generally how you avoid being in a sticky situation. Although I'm Pretty sure there's no spiders out here. Pretty sure. You never know. Another derelict. This one's actually got some stuff. Or not. The ship's memory banks have been scrubbed clean by hard radiation. The systems are largely inert and non-functional. Yeah. Usually I never run into derelicts all the way out here. But that's 2 in like not even 5 minutes now. Now the spiders could be friendly. Maybe. Hopefully. Not sure I'd bet on it though. Jumping spiders. I think I've seen pictures of those. And by pictures of those, I mean... Also, I'm back at the same goddamn rock. Need to stop ending up here. But yeah, I was saying, there was that one pretty famous picture of the jumping spider with a drop of water on its head like a hat. I had a friend who used to have that as a profile picture for a while. It's a good picture. That has been a very fruitless expedition into the abyss. Good thing I can fund like 50 more of those. Go stock back up on fuel and supplies, and then I'll try going the other way instead. Although, if I'm gonna end up in situations where I just find rocks I've already been to, I might want to try somewhere new. So I've been down there, been over here, also been all up over near Limbo. So I could try up there. I'll pick exactly where later. So I just realized I've got some more AI cores. Should slap those in somewhere. Such as right here. And don't forget the supplies. I think I really need the enhanced ground defenses, but gotta put these AI cores to work. Otherwise they might get rowdy. Making lots of rocks now. Make even more rocks. Don't have any more deal maker hollow suits. Or hollow suite. I think that's how that's pronounced. Upgrade those. Ran out of alpha cores, but I've still got betas. I also still never found a plasma dynamo. Would be nice to have one more habitable planet around here. Okay. Decided I am gonna go over there. And also that I want a few more supplies. Storms are always a little bit bigger than they look. Or maybe I'm just having a skill issue. Back into the darkness. Thingamajig down there. Probably just a light. And we're off the map again. The vibe-based detection method has not been terribly helpful. Yeah, that's a dweller right there. You go the other way. Think that one's legit. Light and another light. Think we're deep enough in, so I'll just go up from now. Being said, I'm definitely no abyssologist. I don't know how this shit works. I just know that there's freaky shit out here. Somewhere. Mainly just looking at the map to make sure I'm not running out of fuel. Which is probably not necessary because there's a fuel meter right in the bottom left. It's always there. There's something. Is it what we want? Perseus 3CA5-51DB. Big ol' snowball. Cannot survey. Not enough machinery. No signs of Fred around here. Guess we won't be surveying the snowball after all. That is a very red light. And very bright. I'll stay close to the border of the map, but I'll start heading back down now. Sure hope I didn't kill enough of the fret that they started hiding from me. It's not very fret-like if you ask me. Something up there. More balls of light. At least the burned rails on the ships are pretty to look at. There's not much else to look at. Are you actually something, or are you just trying to fuck with me? Just fucking with me. Maybe I'm too close to the border now. If I do run into any fret, it's probably not gonna be the good stuff. Please be something. It is. Perseus ECA 5-70EB. Got some volatiles on it. If there's any Fred out there, they'll see me before I can see them. Don't think there's anyone here. Dang it. Alright, fuck it. I wanna fight something. If it's the dwellers, we'll just have to do dwellers. Show yourself, cowards. Sure hope this is not the one I looked at earlier. A5-71EP. A preliminary surface scan reveals certain inconsistencies in expected mass densities for this category of planetoid. Your sensors officer orders additional sweeps at higher power and resolution. A picture of the situation starts to come together. Large deposits of useful elements have been extracted, and the dig sites, whether surface deposits or deep veins, have been carefully returned to something approximating their natural state. Shafts have been infilled, tailings spread evenly and packed over the extraction fields. Sensors consults with your operation chief, who did a stint in fringe mining earlier in their career. Ops looks grim. What is it, Chief? Don't look right, sir, Ops says, turning a weathered face to you. Aye, could have been an indie miner or scav. Could have. But there's nothing. No temporary works, no pillaring, no tread tracks. Should be dead power cells and ration wrappers scattered like stars in the dark. Ain't nothing. Ops scowls. No one cleans up like this. Not even tacky auto miners. No profit in it, especially not out here. Any chance we can find someone who might have done it? Nothing at all. The threat's hiding from me. You're scared of my Odyssey-focused fleet design. And utter lies I tell myself. So I'm surprised I haven't run out of volatiles. Might want to start saving those. And a light. Looks like a regular one. Is that one also a regular? Seems it. Gonna find something to fight eventually. Anytime now. Maybe I have to be deeper in. The supplies are starting to run low. Getting little sensor pings all over now. It's probably just an abyssal light. I go stock back up. Surely the third time will be the charm. Monthly income. Yeah, it is nice when it's not a negative number. The only problem I've got now is, now that I'm actually making money, I don't have anything to spend it on. Well, I guess there's supplies. It's not like I need 48 million to afford supplies. So since I'm itching for a fight, maybe I give the threat hunting a break, despite being completely fruitless. And go do another bounty for Ryan. Might finally get that Omega bounty I've been looking for. Anything's better than the giant load of nothing I've gotten in the past 20 minutes. Actually, there's also paffers we could go take care of. Where the base is. Over at Gamma Gorillas. Not the first time they've set up there. Probably not the last. Alright. Was originally planning on going for a refill, but I think we could do pretty quick work of a puffer base. So I'll get that done first. Just have to go through remnant territory. Grab those sensors. Where are they hiding? Sensor pings up over there. There they are. Bet I didn't get there slightly faster. Send in tab, mint. Telephone key. And metal pipe. Good to finally be shooting shit. Might be hard to get this guy. Not as hard if he comes to me. Stragglers are done, just the station. Easy peasy. Okay. Now as planned, I am gonna go take a short break. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. With another glass of, mostly ice. And some other stuff. Right. Half our base is load up. Any nearby bounties? No. Okay. Let's go actually over to the other system. Go grab that gate. Another thing I should be doing more often is using the transverse jump. I don't think it's gonna help me with this one though. Doesn't hurt to remember that it's an option though. You're using it from hyperspace. There's no downside. Other than taking a little bit of time to spin up. Having pirate issues around here. If I see any, I'll try to engage. Get some rep while the rep's for the taking. Surplus transbutonic. Not a terribly large amount. And I'm not terribly worried about the money anyway. Needs organics. I think I produced those. Did I produce enough? Yes. Okay. So all the fleets that usually hang out around Syndria are not here right now. Not that I'm gonna rob the place. I'm just thinking it probably means there's a whole shitload of pirates over here or something. Yeah, there they are. Let's get involved. Pursuing the retreating pirates. Go in with this. Leave the slow guys. Try to focus on the faster targets. I try to catch up to that Eradicator. But I'm not entirely confident that I can chew through his armor before he gets out. Fuck it, we ball. Doesn't seem all that interested in retreating, though. Nearly avoided that hellbore, but not quite. That's all we got. Well, the rep did go up. I got more than I spent, for deployment anyway. Man with the paper book is here. Odyssey class battle cruiser and Falcon 14 pattern. I'm probably not gonna need to print more, but I know which one of these two I'm picking. Special pirate fleet bounty. Guess I'm doing it. I wasn't gonna actually grab it, but muscle memory kicked in and now we have a job. More pirates. Let the meatballs take this one on. They did pretty good. Now there's pirates here too. I think I've already got pretty darn good rep with Tritac. Could be better, but it will probably get there on its own. Bounty over there that I have to go to, or in the general area of anyway. Might as well grab it. Bounties in the other direction. 490k for basically just a high-tech fleet. Pirates with a bunch of stolen freighters. I'll grab it. In the Barif star system, which is the same exact spot as where the bounty is. Convenient. Keep cycling to the wrong menus. Bounty ended for what's her face? I might as well go right over there. Maybe grab some more supplies before I leave. Feels weird to say, but 3,600 is not quite enough. It probably is, but might as well have extra. Kind of off to the side, that one. Here seems like a good opportunity to get some reputation. Gonna take it. And now that I've joined, they're pursuing. Same plan as last time. The slow ones, get all the smaller ones. Just that one left. Little bit more rip in the bank. there's a gate I could have taken over here. It's not terribly far away. Yeah, no. It would have been basically the same amount of distance if I did. Ah, a pirate armada. Yes, please. Still need to get this guy some more levels, I think. Really do have to remember to level him up. Let's get stupid with it. And he's toast. I say like that was a huge accomplishment. You never know. Maybe that was the wolf that was gonna take out the tab. I'm sure he had it in him. Definitely could have done it. Alas, he never had the chance. And now we'll never know. Juicy little fleet of fighters we got there. Alright, stinger mines. There to go. Really should have realized it was backing up into some shit. Haven't said anything for most of the fight. Problem is, don't think there's anything to say. Smashed so many of these pirate fleets by now. Plays out more or less the same every time now. Other than me catching a hellbore round to the face. Not this time, but maybe next shot. I was gonna say not much left of him. Nothing left of him. Ooh, that counted for the bounty. Very cool. Hack into that nav buoy and go find where the pirate base is. Derelict. No blueprints or nothing, but you never know. That's why you gotta check every single one. Oh hey, it's the bounty. Paragon, 3 Odysseys, 3 Dooms, 4 Auroras, 3 Furies. And also Harbingers. Basically the only destroyers I'm ever worried about. So I forgot to level up the guy again. It'll be fine. Let's have a nice big sip for good luck. They're all approaching from over there. Over there is where we shall go. Lictor's gonna try to get out of here now. Gotta get rid of this Harbinger. trying to bum rush the nav buoy. Just fine by me. And it just spreads them out. Still got shield left. But I've got plenty of missiles. My Reapers keep evaporating instantly. I do not like it. Really should have noticed all the little burst PDs on this front. It's got 1, 2, 3. Bunch of regular beams. Actually, I'm not sure if those are the regular PDs or the extra range ones. I know there's a difference, but I don't quite recall it offhand. Judging by the colors, though, I think that's the long range ones. Serial numbers in range of quite a few enemies. I think he's got it. So that's a fun name there on the ship that just exploded. Fukurokushu. Probably not pronounced that way, but yeah. For a second there, it looked like he had deflected one of my Reapers back into me. Oh. That's how he keeps taking out the Reapers. He's got a proximity launcher on the front. How silly of me. And we're taking armor damage. Not that much, though. Serial number's kind of alone up there. I should go back him up. You'll need it. Parting gift, though. taking a lot of damage. So you like having mines spawned on your ass. Our Reapers intercepted each other. Not that it helped him. This guy's got... What are those on the front? Salamanders, I think. Shouldn't have to worry about this guy taking out the Reapers instantly. Speaking of instant, I better do something before serial number gets fucked. He's in kinda rough shape right now. Better divert your shield. That mine's gonna blow up right on you. Got him. That's why you go with the bubble shield. It's always better. Alright, you've done enough work. Time for you to leave. I think I've already complained about how AI Auroras are kinda silly levels of fragile. I think the biggest part of it is, again, they do not have a bubble shield. And on the ship that relies so much on the shield, if they want to have any durability, that is quite the flaw. I mean, imagine if a monitor only had a 180-degree shield. They would suck. And yes, I know monitors do not have a perfect bubble, but it's pretty easy to fix. Going in there. It's not a good idea though. Did I lose a bunch of ships? I think I did, but I'm not sure. forget exactly how the fortress shield works. I think it's a charge system. Just not sure how long the charges last. And it's down. Lots of unnecessary damage. But I can afford it. Just the fleet's trying to go take out that one Aurora. I think I'll join them. What the hell's the Paragon supposed to do? Yell at me until I go back? Probably should have done it first. Wouldn't have lost a whole bunch of armor in hull. And yes, I know I'm at full hull, but hull repair. It's kinda weird though. Despite him having a complete bubble shield, you can see it spin around. It's kinda subtle. Out. Now he's ours for the picking. Alright, now to see if I'm crazy or not. One loss. Just a monitor though. So I was right, but I underestimated how much I actually deployed. How much is left? Bunch of capitals. Nearly destroyed Odyssey. And some smaller stuff. Probably get better result doing it myself, but go get him, meatballs. That counted as part of the pirate fleet bounty. Huh. Useful to know. Guessing that's some pirates. These two here are pirates. Still don't know where the base is. Meatballs are getting a workout. They're moving in to join the battle. Time for fury. It's probably more than enough. I feel like I was deployed the chunk rather than the mass, so it's the mass this time. Alright, forgot to send myself in. How silly of me. Sure hope I get there in time. Not quite what I meant to do, but it got the job done. And now to go right back over there. Actually, this gives me just enough time for another sip. Definitely overkill. No, technically the pirate base is not part of the bounty. But I'm pretty sure they pay me for that too. How much time do I got? 76 days. 85 days on the other bounty. One all the way over there. Speaking of, Nearest gate would be my colony. not super far from it. But I'd still probably should get there before too long. Actually, there's a slipstream that goes right here. Might get pretty close. Could reactivate multiple gates while I'm over there. Not the one all the way up in Utopia. The Gamma Merope and the Freya one, maybe. Do another swing around the system, see if I can't find the base. If I don't, just gonna leave. There it is. Might be able to trade some metal. Hell yeah. Maybe not the fuel. Got more than enough of that. How dare you shoot me with IR beams while I don't have my hands on the wheel? Shameful. Shameful, I say. Yeah, let's just blow up the station right away. Usually we always do it the other way around, so let's make it more interesting. Where'd all these wasps come from? They are a wasp, right? Yeah, they are. Damn you, woman. Preventing me from venting. You're not gonna win though. Just delaying it. One engine down. Still have the other one. Again, you're not gonna win. Got the bounty for blowing up the pirates, which is only 18k, and then the bounty for blowing up the base, which was 70k. Which I guess answers my question about, well, not really my question, more like refutes what I said about the pirate bases counting as part of the bounty. Because I feel like I would have gotten a lot more pirate bounty money if the base counted. But whatever. It's not like I'm coming back here, so I may as well have blown it up anyway. It only makes sense. Alright, let's get out of here. Off to a gas giant named Humility. Guess it's better than a barren world named Marathon. Dang it. I knew I shouldn't have said that joke. Now the slipstream's gone. Although, now that I've brought up Marathon, I will admit, I bought it. Probably shouldn't have, but my friend wanted to play it. It's been alright. Unless if the art style does something for you though, don't bother. Let's grab a slipstream off of this blue giant. Alright. No specifics about where they are. We just know that they're somewhere around here. Speaking of where things are, Odyssey Blueprint is down over here. Damn it, I was just over there like 20 minutes ago. But that was before I talked to the bookman. The magic bookman, who can make shit appear out of thin air. just by spending story points on it. I forgot there was a hyper shunt here. Another thing I wish could happen is somehow manage to move this whole star system about 4 light years this way. I know there's a mod that does that, but I do consider it cheating. Then again, who cares how much you cheat in a single player game? Me, I guess. Otherwise, I would have already done it. There's the guy. Paragon, an Astral, 2 Odysseys, 2 Dooms, 5 Auroras, 5 Furies, a Harbinger, and 3 Scarabs? No, not Scarabs. Crap. What are those called again? Don't know. Don't really care that much. That's a lie. I do care. Medusas. That's what those are. Most of them are all right up there. Don't know why there's a bunch of them missing combat readiness though. Guess I shouldn't complain. It just makes it easier for me. That guy just need a Rift Lance to the face. Not Rift Lance, what's it called again? Rift Torpedo. And yes, he did. There's just nothing else nearby that could have blown him up in one hit. Just kinda took it. Wasn't even low flux. Kinda like I just took that hit for no reason. Guess everyone's a little bit stupid today. That guy's done. They'll find Medusa so absurdly fragile. Even though it makes my job easier, them going down in a single phase mine is, not great for something that has so little shield. In terms of coverage, not necessarily in terms of strength, but even then, it's a destroyer. Doesn't have that much flux. That guy's got zippos. It's got 2 less. None of them are flying into my mind. Not quite fast enough to avoid damage. Not quite fast enough to blow up the bombers in the first place. At least I survived to correct that mistake. Save the meatball. Better I'll see you over there. This first one's pretty damn banged up. Try to kill it before it retreats. Then go for the other one. Other one's not going anywhere. I'm out of missiles. Guessing you're responsible for that. One down. Alright. Rest of the fleet is doing pretty good. We've got all the objectives that I told them to capture. The Medusa is pointlessly trying to kill a monitor. 2 monitors to be more specific. And the rest of them are just kind of surrounded. Sort of. Let me have a sip and go back to dropping bombs in inconvenient locations. Alright. Forgot he also had a tachyon. Two for one. They have deployed the Paragon. Just gotta time it. Now. Perfect. slightly off with the timing. That's the last one, get away. It's not the button I meant to press. Kill him. Do it. Nah, he failed. Oh well. Cleanup crew will get him. No wait, there's one more. Can we kill him? The answer's probably yes, but we gotta be dramatic about it. Lost 400 crew because the tab died while I wasn't looking. Dang it. I also have to stop speaking so quietly. Probably a big reason why people were complaining about the microphone volumes earlier. Well, also because I needed to increase those volumes anyway. We got about a little bit more than a quarter back. That's still like 286 crew down. That just means it's 286 new positions I have available for new hires. I'm a job creator. Anyway, that bounty's done. There's nothing else in this part of space, unless if I really want to go back over there, but I ain't making it back there in 15 days. So, swing back by over to Venus. And I'll... Oh. That might be a problem. Easily fixed problem, but still. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. Go back to Venus. Get some supplies. Go back over to Ryan. See if he has another good bounty. I want me another good fight. Could try to thread again, but not sure my soul can handle another failed expedition. Wasn't even close to that storm. Sell some metal and some machines. Get some more dudes too. No, since we lost such an apocalyptic amount of them, we will never recover from this. So just out of curiosity, these numbers are getting pretty big. If there's any standouts. 481 heavy autocannons. 30 heavy mass drivers. Still only 2 void blasters. 822 Vulcans, 676 light dual machine guns, 578 light machine guns, 526 PD lasers, and a bunch of other stuff in the hundreds, but nothing crazy. 69 broadswords. Nice. Yeah, the weapon pile is getting pretty friggin' big. Also, there's also dudes just sitting here waiting. We're gonna have to wait some more. I'll definitely remember him next time. Definitely. I really wish friggin' Tritex would have like a secret gate system or something in their system, but they don't. Or maybe they do and I just haven't found it yet. But I'm pretty sure they just don't. So while I'm here, maybe I get around to asking a question that's been sticking right there in my face this whole time. And I never got around to asking. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. Either way, have you had any dealings with Zunia Glamour-Ronov, Director of Special Acquisitions? His eyes narrow. What'd you get into? Didn't agree to anything she offered, did you? Found a dead ship out in the abyss, full of recordings of hatred for this Glamour-Ronov. Of course, Arroyo says with a laugh. Oh, that's our Zunia, alright. Takes a deep breath and rubs his forehead, suddenly somber. Let me tell you about her. What she believes is that if she makes a show of how much she doesn't care about anyone, it'll look like she's the most ruthless and focused executive in the company. Just see how much she's willing to destroy to succeed. There must be something to it, right? He sits back, fist clenched. It's a waste of capital. Human resources, too. You know how expensive it is to train good techs, competent management. Of course, loyalty can be bought, but then her performance gets attached to the company brand and makes buying it more expensive for the rest of us. So now I'm paying higher labor premiums to boost her career. I had no idea you were such a humanitarian. Gives you a look. Don't even start. My advice is, if you get involved, watch your back. Mind yourself. Don't trust her. He looks away, thinking. His hands held together in front of his mouth. Not quite the form of lytic prayer. Seen a few fleet operators fall right off the map. She's looking for something. Big risk. I'd bet if I knew what it was, I'd say it wasn't worth it. Guess I'd only be telling him a fragment of the story, but I'm gonna say it anyway. She wants me to find something called the threat. Size meets yours, through the link. Sounds like the third worst idea I've ever heard. What are the first two? Falls back in his chair, with an unhappy sound. Not now. Dang. Wish I knew what those first two were. Anyway, got any missions? Another one of those special pirate fleet bounties. Infiltrated the retinue of a pirate warlord at Elia Freehold. That is outside the core world. It does pay a lot better than the other extraction missions. It's probably also a lot easier to pull off. You know, because it's pirates and you don't give a shit about the rep. Oh. This seems interesting. Let's read it. I speak in strict confidence. He looks sternly at you. A long-range patrol spotted the fleet of remnant drone warships in the Estrella star system, 22 light-years distant. That patrol did not make it back. We did find an intel drop left by that patrol, and in it we found this. Senior Executive Arroyo pulls up a grainy image. Little more than a silhouette in false color. An angular shape. It's unlike anything we've got on the AI war leftovers. Analysis shows no similarities in component profiles, so it's not even some kind of hack job. With a swipe, the senior executive dismisses the image. Take it out. The reward is 1,200,000 credits. If that seems high, it's because you'd be dealing with something unusual. Unusual means risky, and Stratcom thinks an unusual problem could use an unusual solution. Thus, he indicates you with an open palm. Are you in? I think this is what we've been looking for. It is. The Omega Bounty. Basically a remnant ordo plus an Omega Tesseract. It ain't gonna be easy, but I'm gonna do it. Let's grab some more supplies and fuel while I'm here. The fuel is just to be sure. The supplies, I think I'm gonna need them. Even when there were only Tesseracts on their own, I still managed to take out a significant portion of the fleet I used. I have no reason to think this is gonna be any different. Closest spot I've got is over here at Bell. I'd also just go back to Oberon. Hope that there's a slipstream. I'll stick to the first one. Also, this one has no time limit. Also, the screen, all the remnants have a lot of S-mods. This might get pretty damn spicy. Alright, just remembered. Since I've been forgetting it so much, let's level up this guy. Bossy McGuire, captain of our beloved Tab. Definitely want helmsmanship. Good reimplants would also be pretty good. There's also target analysis. I'm thinking the implant. Field modulation is always solid. How many more do I have? 2 more. Field modulation plus systems expertise would be my choice. If I only had to pick one, field modulation. And the last one, a lot of these other ones are alright, with the right setup. Though ballistic mastery might still be worth it. But again, systems expertise would let it use the maneuvering thrusters a lot more. More speed means less hits taken when you don't need to take hits. So I'm going over that one. Then elite field modulation. Systems expertise would be less damage taken, overall, to armor, hull, and shield. But as previously mentioned, being out of the way of a hit is better than being better at taking that hit. It'll have to do. Now that I think about it, if I get this bounty done, that'll leave one thing left to do. And it's the thing that I've tried and failed to even attempt. Never mind even actually get into the fight with. The triple fabricator. Which I'll be honest, I'm kinda also just fine with not getting that fight done, because it'll literally not be possible to do it later. And I'm assuming that's for balance reasons rather than anything. Okay. Somewhere around here is some bullshit. Time to go find it. It's not on this side of the star. So it must be on the other side. Could also be near one of the jump points. Wrong on both counts. It's right there. That is one beefy looking fleet. All alphas. 2 to 3 S-mods on every single ship. Danger rating 4. Give it a second quick save, because why not? See how bad this is gonna be. Starting to wonder if maybe I should have left the bottle for the second ship rather than the telephone key. It'll have to do. Definitely gonna want to take out as many small ships as possible right at the start. don't see the Tesseract. Still no sign of the Tesseract. The two Novas right in front. Shitload of brilliance. Already taken out a couple of the Fulgans, but I'm starting to wonder if that wasn't a bad idea. Rather have those little guys floating about, rather than something actually dangerous. Not that there's a guarantee or anything. So that Tachyon's aimed right at me. I'm gonna have to eat the whole thing, ain't I? Yeah, about half of it. And I'm gonna have to do it again. Damn you, AI. You're too good at this. Well, he's more dead than I am. For what that's worth. Still no sign of the Tesseract. That should do it. Let's guarantee it. Mixtapes in a bad situation. Jake is in a potentially bad situation, since I'm seeing all those little red arrows pointed right at him. Forgot about that tachyon. $35 points. Send him some more. Send in the chunk. I think the guys down there have it handled. Sound like a broken record, but still don't see no Tesseract anywhere. Just a matter of time until it shows up, however. I've already blown up a lot of ships. The ubiquitous Paladin Brilliant. That's what I was worried about. Maybe I go help out the mint. Shit. Tempest is down. There's the Tesseract. Mixtape is not winning that fight. Tell him to leave. Actually, never mind that whole control point. We don't need it. Not sure if I can take any of these down before the Tesseract shows up, but I can sure try. especially you. If it can be done, it has to be done. And it is. Okay, eyes on the prize. From what I can see, it's got disintegrators. It's not gonna let me know what he's got on him. And I just have to visually identify it. Rift beam, 2 cryoblasters, another rift beam, those little lightning point defense thingamajigs. And I think in the big slot that's same thing the Mint has. Forget the name of it. No wait, not the Mint. The stick. Volatile particle driver. That's what he's got. Doesn't seem to have any S-mods though. Just a couple of seconds until he chews his way through that monitor. Let's clear a path. Second the shield went down. Got up to half hull. He's got combat endurance plus, so not really. We're lucky he's trying to kill the monitors first. Okay, initial form down. Now the follow-up. Melting points down. Get where he was. I think he was the one over here. Water fighting for that comm relay. Fuck. Go through most of the way of the Tesseract. But there's still this damn thing. This is not my matchup. It's just gonna tickle me to death. Or he's gonna do that. Right. I think that's all of the Tesseract done. Now we just have to clean up the rest of the remnant. Might be a few fighters left though. Okay. Send in mass. Or can I send in both the marker and the melon? I can. We'll do those ones. That's all that's left that we can see. Heal it. None of the mines detonated. Except that one. Mantis approaching. Mixtape should be fine. I just have to deal with this abomination. mixtape might be down. Yup. They went right for him. They wanted him dead. And that's the last of them. 420 crew down, 107 recovered. Not that bad for the amount of ships that blew the fuck up. Not that bad considering what it is that blew them up. Got the volatile particle driver, so now I can clone the stick. What's the stick that had it, right? I think so. Got a Cryoblaster, 2 more disintegrators, which I think I had some spare of those to start with, but gotta find something to use those on. One more rift lance, 1 more shock repeater. I think that's all the Omega weapons. Unless if I'm blind, I'm missing something. But there is also the second salvage. Typhoon Reaper Launcher. How rare. Alright. So that's the Omega bounty. Definitely had me on my toes for most of it, even if it wasn't that bad. Guess it's better to be overprepared than underprepared. Nothing else all that close. Just ride the slipstream back to the core worlds. I wonder if that bounty's repeatable. I'm pretty sure it isn't, because I always see people complaining that you can't get more Omega weapons. That wouldn't be true if you could repeat that bounty. Oh hey, pirate. I can go for a victory lap right about now. Also, just realized, do I have escort package on this? Integrated targeting unit, hardened shields, stabilized shields. Don't see the escort package. But I swear when I'm closer to the Odyssey, the weapon range increases. Get back here. Not from being near the Odyssey, that's from the sensor jammer. Probably should have realized that. It's only in like most of the fights I take. Drifting. Not sure what the capital bozos over there are doing. Kind of over here fighting like half the fleet. But that's fine. It's not like they can catch me. A lot of missiles. Good thing I'm indestructible. Two for one. Nice. Got my engine, but you haven't gotten rid of me. Just a strike left. we're done here. Guess I don't have to go back to Ryan. But might as well. Never completed this bounty before. Don't know if there's a follow-up or not. Monthly income keeps getting higher. Still don't know what to do with all this money. As pirate. Get over here. It's not offering any bounty mission. And there's no follow-up dialogue. Guess that's that. Okay. Guess the one thing I've got left to do. Technically, actually I've got two things left to do. Triple Ordo fight, triple fabricator. Need to get me some triple. And that being said, I think I'm done for tonight. Let's see. Do have a couple of people in here. Let me see. There's anyone I recognize online, or even someone I don't recognize. None of my usuals are. Actually, there is one online. They're not playing Starsector though. Nah, I'll give him a raid though. Gonna raid into Cypher Lunas. They're, again, not playing Starsector, but I think they're kinda neat anyway, so I'ma raid them. Sure hope I spelled this right. No, wait, I did not. Okay, there we go. Now it's properly spelled. With all the right letters and stuff. Anyway. Guess now's the part of the stream where I say, hopefully it didn't suck. And, maybe next time I'll play something that's not Starsector. 'Cause I know there's people who like it when I play Under Rail. But it has been a while since I've done that. I will heavily consider it. But anyways, I gotta get going now. So, see ya.